And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Sorry for being just a couple minutes late. Uh, yeah, Miss Dragon's running a bit behind, so I had to go down and make some coffee real fast before we got started on the stream. So welcome on in, Da Vinci. Hey, Blue Shaka Bro, how's it going? 491 Phantom, welcome in, welcome in. I hope everybody is doing great today. It's going to be a fun Saturday. So just to bring everybody up to news, as we know on the last stream, we were building our Jabberwocky, which is still built and still, hair going everywhere, aka wires going everywhere. We still need to work on that, which isn't that big of a deal, because I still don't know what printer I'm going to put it in. Like I said, the color scheme that I use doesn't match anything, so quasi matches something. But yeah, today we're going to be starting the build for Zura, and it may look like I'm leaning on something, and that's because I am. The way this culminated was Zura reached out to KB3D to see if there would be anybody interested in doing a build, and he knew that I did builds and he didn't have direct contact with me, so he reached out to KB3D. And the good folks over at KB3D pinged me and said, hey, Luke, are you interested? We're gonna send your information over to Zura. I said, sure, no problem. So Zura pinged me, and yeah, we discussed the project that he had, which was a, let's see, this started out as a Fabreeko Micron Plus kit. He took the 4Z motors and gave them to Brecor Justin at Remurf in 2024. Okay, so Murph's April 2024. So we're well over a year that the kit's been here. He had printed the parts. He was starting to work on the build. Some life stuff got in the way. And then they released R1 officially. And if you remember, we built a Micron Plus on this channel under the R1 beta. So we took the kit that I got from DFH, I believe, and it was a Micron Plus kit, and we built it to the R1 beta spec. Well, R1's now officially released, so he asked me if I'd be willing to build this because he knew that the manual only went so far and they were going to have to rely on the CAD for everything else. And that slows things down, takes a lot more time and energy. And I was like, sure, no problem. I built from CAD a handful of times. Okay, so the 4Z motors were given to Brecor Justin because he's got 4 Galileo 2 Z motors. He had assembled them, okay, but the parts are different now. So he left them assembled because that's the easiest way to transport them and keep the grease from getting everywhere. So we will be disassembling those and reassembling them using the new parts, which don't appear to be changed much. It's more of some aesthetics. He had already printed out the slide-in M3 nuts, so a ton of those from what I saw the other day. There's a GBB 15 CAN bus stepper board. So this is a little CAN bus board with 2 stepper drivers on it, designed to mount somewhere on the gantry and allow your 2 A and B motors to plug in versus having to do something else. So we'll look into that because he's also got an EBB 36 board in here for the tool head. He wants a K3 style door, which is using the Pandora Summits door. It's really different door hinges and door mounting systems. So we've got that stuff in here. For the electronics, he's got an LDO Leviathan, a Raspberry Pi 4, and a Big Tree Tech Pi TFT 43 board or display. The tool head, he wants an ant head without the leaf cutters, so just a straight tool head with no provision for tool head cutting. He does have a metal tool head carriage, for a Honey Badger metal tool head carriage that works for either Micron or Salad Fork. We may not be able to use that. Sorry, just looked down and found a acupuncture needle sitting down there waiting for me to step on. We may not be able to use that because he's provided a Revo, and by Revo I mean a Revo PZ, which is the piezo toolhead sensor for homing. And I'm going to have to look at that, and I'm going to look at the way, because Steve Builds is doing that same thing, so I'm going to be sure to watch Steve Builds when we get to that point to see how he mounted his and what, if any, issues he had. One thing I'm slightly worried of is I'm not sure how the piezo sensor works and whether or not having a big metal carriage will impact the sensor itself. And then also there's a board that the piezo sensor plugs into, and that may not be able to be mounted on the metal version. So we may have to print a toolhead mount for that. There are 2 lengths of IGUS chain flex in here to be able to be used for the CAN bus board and stuff. And a Galileo 2 wristwatch extruder, which appears to already have been built. So the nice thing is it's going to be using a lot of the Galileo 2 stuff, which is pretty cool because I think I have most of the motors and a Galileo 2 and everything that I can build like a Rook 2020 out of, or potentially a self-source Micron. So we'll see. I've got plenty of stuff from my last set of trades, we'll say. But that's kind of the rundown. I've got the little sheet here I was going off of. Looking at the stuff that was previously printed, I was able to determine that he's provided filament as well. I've got 3 spools of each, 2 sealed and 1 that was partial. But the main color is going to be Inland Sparkle Gray, and the accent color is the Cookie Cad, and I keep forgetting the name off the top of my head. It's the, darn it. I was going to say, not Midnight Meteorite. Cookie Cad. I'll get that. Midnight, Dark Midnight or something like that. But anyhow, Chewy. Chewy. So if you remember when we did the last community build from Chewy, I had a couple of cardboard boxes of mismatched parts and just kind of a crazy mess. So this is how Zura brought me this, right? We've got a nice Sterilite tub with a flip top. And then underneath that, this was the 2 open packages of filament with plenty of desiccant in there. But we've got a Micron panel kit. And we've got plenty of tubs in here. So we've got tubs with PG7 glands, multiple fans, a ton of fans in here. All of our nut sliders. 32 gig cards, some of the printed idler parts, end stops, Cat5 wiring. There's the Honey Badger metal mount. And like I said, this may not be able to work for us. We'll have to see. Hopefully it does, but maybe not. We've got all the glands, several parts here. These will be the hinges for the door. I have no idea what's in there, but it's well packaged, so we'll have to dig that out. Got plenty of diffusers, some door hinge pieces, the piezo probe for boron. So this is the, if I can get it up, the Revo piezo probe. The boron Revo nozzle itself. M5x50 shafts, IGUS bearings. Hey, that helps. Some belts and ABEC, or not ABEC bearings, but all the bearings and the pulleys and everything that we're going to need. So that's good there. This is all standard kit stuff for the Micron Plus from Fabreeko. Okay. Plenty of Honey Badger high static pressure fans. This side over here, we've got the 4Z motors. We're going to take these and we're going to replace what we need to. And if I don't need to replace it, I won't. And it may literally be, even though I printed the parts, it may literally be just changing these front pieces out, because I think everything else is the same but these front pieces. So I'll pop these off, change the front piece, pop these back on, and that may actually just be all we need to do. We got Wago connectors, various screws and fasteners, some JST pins, more screws, fasteners, bushings, heat sets, feet. Yeah. We've got the Honey Badger bed. This is the nice bed. This is their P-Series smooth plate. Very nice plate. I really like that P-Series. I had one, and I'm going to have to get another one for a couple of printers. Already have the fuse on there and the edge-to-edge heater, so that's very nice. Put that back in here. As you know, we're going to be digging into that a lot later from now. I hate mounting beds unless I have to. Just adds weight. This looks like a bunch of electronics and stuff. So we've got the Pi TFT, so that's the display, a Raspberry Pi 4, the EBB36 CAN bus board, power supply, power inlet. I'm not going to dig through all of it just yet. And then the other side, the other one, we have the Leviathan board, which is a very, very nice controller board. So the Leviathan, there's all of our rails. I know I'm going to need the majority of these. All but the one different one. This is a 9H. That's good to know. The gantry, you can either do a 9C or a 9H. This is a 9H. It's going to be good to know, because we might need to change some things up. Some daylight on a sticks, so that's nice. We've got some cabling. There's the IGUS chain flex. We've got some cable sleeving. There's the pre-assembled Galileo 2 wristwatch extruder. So that'll be nice. Something else we don't need to build. There's some cable chain in there. Though I have a couple of ideas. He said that if there's anything that doesn't seem like it would go, I have some license to make some mods. So we may make some mods. I think I'll need this box. I will need this just for the printed parts in it. And then here's all the pre-printed parts. I'm not sure how much of this, if any, I'm going to be able to use because, so here's the thing. In looking at the GitHub for Micron Plus, the R1 version, when it came out, everything has been changed pretty much within the last 4 months. So I'm reprinting everything just to make sure that I have the right things. Things that I won't reprint are like the no drop nuts. That's not going to change. We've got pre-cut DIN rail. We've got our frame pieces here, which will come out of the box. And yeah, for now, I'm going to leave the rest of this stuff in here. And like I said, I'm going to leave the two inner tubs here out because we're probably going to need fasteners and the Z motors and stuff like that. But let me set this down over here so I can bury myself in. And oh, by the way, I've got parts now running on 3 different printers. All 3 of those printers. Hey, Shrimp Father, welcome in. Yeah, there we go. Dark Magic. Thank you, Blue Chocobro. I knew it was something like that because I've got some. It's a beautiful color. I've used it on a build before. Hey, Da Vinci, how's it going? As I sort my extrusions out here, there's a thought in my head, and it is gone now. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. All right, so what I'm doing here is just sorting out the extrusions by size, because that's going to be the easiest thing to do. I really am having a brain fart right now. I have no idea where I was at. Oh, so we're printing off parts on 3 different printers, and those 3 printers are the Centauri carbons. So I've got number 1, the original one that's downstairs, that needs to come up here, and it will come up here as soon as we move this mess over here. This mess over here is the Tivo Tarantula that kind of started my journey in 3D printing, so we can't get rid of it, but it is going to move. There's the older 0G that's going to get some things fixed, a Baby Belt Pro sitting on top of that. But we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and then number 4 back there, and those are going to be the line printers along with the X1C carbon. So let me figure out if I can move this the right direction. There we go. Boom. Pull back the zoom in. So you've seen me do this before on various printers when we go to do the frame, and it's always easier to lay the frame out and do it in size length order. That it just makes it so much easier. We're also going to bring up the manual for what they have of the manual so far. So let me bring that up. Where'd you go? Ay, 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 ay. I hate when you unzip something and then it like completely changes the location in your, because I just unzipped it. Normally it picks up the date that you unzipped it, not the date of the files, but every once in a while it picks up the date of the files and then throws it in a mysterious location down the file tree. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going this morning? Hope you're doing well. Nope, I really don't want to replace the files in the destination. So, but there we go. You at least got me what I needed. Okay, so we will be working out of the documentation. So the Micron assembly, it currently is 92 pages. And let me show you where that gets us. Belting the Z's. That's it. After that, it's you're on your own and you're living in CAD land. So this is one of the reasons why Zura asked if I could do this, because once you hit going into CAD, it gets really, really slow. Or could. Now, one of the things that I do want to talk about, just looking at this picture here, you'll see that there's handles, panels, the display. We've got a cable chain back here for the Z. One of the things, and the ant head, we will be doing the ant head thingamabobber. Now, one of the things that I was looking at was some interesting little mods. So this mod may be put into play here. This is the Unchained mod. So what this does is it takes your motors, however you're going to do your AB motors, and gets rid of the actual chain and goes with PG7 glands and some sleeving. So this might be done in this build. Here is the mount for that Revo PZ, and this is what I was talking about. Is here's an EVB36 board, and then there's another board right underneath it. This is specific to the Revo PZ probe. So the PZ comes in on one side and then would connect up to the board. This would be an updated or modified printed part, and it has the spot down here where that board would get connected to, and that's going to be the issue. I'm going to have to look into this and see how best to do that. So we'll see how that goes. And then the other thing is I like this concept here. This is the crap catcher. Okay, what this is these are trays that mount on either side that collects the crap that comes off the side of the build plate, and it limits the amount of crap that can get down and either in the rail, the extrusions on either side, or up underneath the build plate. So these are a couple of mods I'm going to talk with Zura about and see if I get the thumbs up to implement. And with that, we're going to come back and take a look at the manual and the layout of the manual. So as you see, the belted Z drives is where it kind of died off. So the AB drives, XY joints, filter, gantry, it's CAD territory right now. Hey, Happy, how's it going? Standard boron stuff tells us how to do our blind joints. And once again, this would be why we lay out our frames the way we do. So we can count, we got 4 uppers, we've got 2 longer ones, don't worry about that, 2, 4, 6, 8. Of the B's, 2 longer, once again, don't worry so much about that just yet. 2 C's, a D, and an E. Now, the reason we've got the 2 longer ones here is these are going to be the bed mounts, I believe. So, once again, by sorting them out, it makes life a little bit easier. And then we've got the extrusion length. So, A should be 350. B should be 280. Then 265, a 250, and a 180. So, bed extrusions. Some frame kits come with bed extrusions that are mounted using blind joints rather than the printed, there's printed corners that I did print out, but these are going to mount via blind joints. It'll be a more secure mount, and it just is a little bit longer by 30 millimeters to be able to mount on the frame. You're following Martin around this morning? Uh-oh. Here's the sizes for the 120, and shows off some of the printed parts. Now here they talk about making it easier. What they start off with is kind of getting some sub-assemblies started. So they're going to build all the sub-assemblies, build the frame, and well, heat sets, build the frame, and then build and install in sub-assemblies. So it talks about doing all the heat set inserts. We'll do the ones that I have parts fully prepped for, because once again, I'm still printing parts and trying to be smart and not print any more parts that are being replaced by other things. We will get in and build the frame today. And there's default decisions. So there's comments made in here about this is the default basic build, right? It gives you the build options that your favorite are. Micron gives you more build options than your favorite questionable takeaway. Okay. And more ways to overthink them. Default decision is your shortcut to working through the printer with minimal head scratching. Want to flex your engineering muscle? Crack on, but pack snacks. It's going to be a long ride. So this is where the saying goes, when you start to do mods, it sometimes runs down a rabbit hole and makes things even more difficult. So here, these are parts for the Z drive. We're not going to do any of the Z drive parts that are in the manual because the manual is assuming you're running the standard belted Z drives versus the Galileos. Okay? Once again, default decision. Hey, good morning, Eagle. I'm doing good. Doing good, buddy. So we won't deal with these. Z drive main body, Z drive, front idlers. This would be where we would start, and I say this would be where we would start if I had those done. The front idlers are currently printing. currently printing. XY joints, currently printing. Currently printing. Have a metal part, so not going to print unless we need to print the version to allow for the piezo mount. Clicky dock, not using because we have a piezo. Bowden tube holder, we would be able to do this, hasn't been printed yet. Fans. I've got part of the fans, the other parts are yet to be printed. So heat sets are going to go real fast today. This is similar to the standard Voron display, and the fact that you're mounting the two parts together and then doing the heat sets, which is going to melt those parts together around the heat set to turn it into one part. So that's something to be aware of. Some skirts yet to be printed. That mounts. I've got parts for the mount, but I don't have the main mount done. These are the accent parts that are going to get screwed on, and so these will, yeah, those will hold off for now. Yeah, so basically we're going to skip right through all the heat sets because we don't have the skirts and things done. We don't have the fans done. Hey, look at that. We're on to the frame. Funny how fast that got. We're going to need our screws. So let's see where we've got these screws. These are going to be M3x8 button heads. $12s, $20s, probably the big bag. M3x8 button heads. There we go. And because we're dealing with M3 button heads, it's going to be your 2.0 driver. I'm going to switch the windows here. I really need to redo my streaming scenes so that I can more easily leverage my stream deck in calling things up. And we're going to need some 1, 2, 3 blocks. And we will get into our rails. Now, the nice thing with these rails, the Honey Badger rails, come pre-lubed. So even though I've got my coffee and lube stream shirt on, so the coffee and lube stream, we may not be lubing anything because I forgot that the Honey Badger rails are pre-lubed, but I was prepared nonetheless. So, B extrusion, we're going to prepare 8 extrusions, and they're going to be used, these are the bottom and the top rails basically. We are going to be using our Loctite, and I'm probably going to have to go get some more of this because that's the end of it. So we'll have to get some more later on, but our B extrusions are all right here. And what I'm going to do is I'll go through and thread them all into one side, turn them around, thread them all into the other side. And we are going to be using Loctite on these, like I said. But I hope everybody's having a good Saturday today. I do have some news as well. I have just signed my sponsor agreement with head amame. So Hedamame is now an official sponsor of the channel. If you do bang Hedamame in chat, it will come up with my link. I do have an affiliate code now, and there is a code that you can use. It's Digital Dragon 72, and that will get you 10% off. Now, right now, I will tell you that they're here we go. There's the Bang Hedamame. They're doing their summer sale, which is I think 10 or 15% off. So it might not be as advantageous for you from a cost perspective right now while that's going on, because I think their current deal is better than my 10% off. However, it does feed back into the channel. I do get a little bit of a kickback into the channel. So if you want to support the channel, that is a good way. I also have codes for Vision Miner and Polymaker. So if during the stream you see one of those reminders and you go, hey, I need to get filament, or man, I'm almost out of my Vision Miner, or I'm almost out of my current bed adhesive, and I know that Digital Dragon and several others are talking about Vision Miner all the time. Maybe I should give that a try. I would highly suggest that you do, because it's really, really good stuff. I've used Bedweld in the past, and that's very, very good. You know, every printer these days comes with a standard glue stick. Isn't bad. But if I'm really having issues with parts sticking, especially large parts on a build plate, Vision Miner has worked every single time. But in the future, as part of the agreement, I did ask for a Hedamame kit to build on stream. So we will be doing a Hedamame build. Now, for those of you that know, I do have an older Hedamame that I built a few years ago now. It's been a hot minute, right? And they've worked great. But a lot has changed in the kit and the files and stuff since I did my initial build, which is why I wanted to get a new kit as part of this sponsorship deal and go through and build it on stream. One, it's content. Two, it meets the obligation for, my agreement with them. So makes life easier for some dedicated streams. And then two, it gets me another set of headphones that I can have around, because these ones, I will admit, I have knocked them off of my desk multiple times, and I was needing to reprint parts for it anyhow, so I'm going to try and get my hands on the new drivers, because I think they dropped the drivers that I currently have, the speaker drivers, and they have a different brand and even up to 50 millimeter drivers now. So hey, Hutch's Makerspace, how's it going? We are starting a new build today. This is going to be a build series for Micron Plus. This is a community member build. Zura reached out to me and asked if I would be interested or willing, if schedule permitted and all that stuff, to build his Micron Plus for him. He had bought the kit back in early 2024, and had actually given the Z motors, this is a Fabreeko kit, he gave the Z motors to Brecor Justin at Remurf 2024. And from what I can tell, has only built the Galileo 2 Z motors and the Galileo 2 wristwatch extruder. And had been getting everything printed out, had a few mods that he wanted to do, and had some family stuff come up, and the R1 finally released, which changed up a lot of the files. And as we'll see, the manual still is not complete. So we'll follow the manual for a ways and then have to jump into a CAD only type situation. Good morning, Pezliz. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Did I bring coffee? Did I bring coffee? Well, one, Mrs. Dragon is slacking off, so she's on a coffee run now. And yes, I did bring coffee and a lovely Digital Dragon 3D coffee mug that you can get. Just bang merch. Excuse me, do a bang merch in chat, and you can pick up some Digital Dragon 3D branded merch right there. There's multiple different coffee mugs, different sizes, dark mode, light mode, based on your preference. And yeah, you too can be drinking out of your Digital Dragon coffee mug while hanging out on the stream on Saturday mornings. And Liz, I don't know if you were just hearing or if you popped in right after I mentioned it, but I have now signed an agreement with amame, so I'm joining you and Zombie in the amame sponsorship world. And I will say, he seemed to jump on my deal pretty quick, so probably left a few things on the table there. Okay, so we've got our M3x8 button head screws started. Now we're going to take these, scoot them off to the side, and we need to populate the little nut strips. And let me tell you, I have a love-hate relationship with these. I just do. Every single one that I've done on a V0 has just always been somewhat of a pain and persnickety. But it probably has something to do with the fact that they're M2 nuts and then M2 screws, which are just persnickety to start with. But we're going to need to find our M2 nuts so that we can get these loaded up. So I will say that I have all of the screws in here. I just don't know if they're all in the same tub. And we're dealing, this is a build for Zura. So he was nice enough to lay everything out. So, hey, there's the M3 hex nuts. There's the M2 hex nuts. There we go. That's what we're going to want. So on the 180 build, there's 6 adapters, and you have an option here. And I always choose to do all of the above, just because I feel like it gives me a better connection on those Z-rails. This is a small printer. We can get this little thing chucking along, but these are those little T-nut things. And an upgrade that I would suggest and highly suggest is, like on the V0, you can get aluminum ones that are drilled and tapped. And that's so much easier than doing all of these, just simply because I have a lot of times where these screws pop out, or not the screws, the nuts pop out, and then trying to get all the nuts in here is just a pain too. But I've had a rail come off in the past, and I would highly, did I say highly enough? Suggest using all of the nuts that you have available to secure your linear rails down versus doing one every other, doing either every other one or every other two. And like I said, these are falling in very easily, which means if I do this, they fall out very easily as well. So I'm going to say one of the ways is to kind of put them in there at an angle, meaning they're made. Let me see if I can get this show. So, come on, focus. Okay, so you can see how this is made so that the points should be up and flats will be on each side. And if you do that, they drop in and fall out real easily. So what you do, like these here, is if you put them at a slight angle, like just clock them 10 to 15 degrees, you can push them in and they'll hold in now. They won't fall out. So that's what I'm going to be doing, is just taking them, clocking them just ever so slightly when I put them in, and that should allow them to stay in instead of popping out of the alignment. But we're going to go through and put one of these in every hole. And like I said, this is definitely where having the metal ones makes it a lot easier. One, you don't need the all the nuts and the printed parts, but two, it's just a quality of life thing that makes life so much better. And the fewer times I have to deal with M2 screws and nuts, the better off anyhow. How's it going there, Stay Creeping? Hope you're doing well this morning. And once again, when you see me flip it out, it's because I dropped it straight down in there, and darn it, and I know it's not going to stay in there, so I'm trying to rotate it so that it's going to be a tighter fit in that hole, and I have less of a chance of it coming out over time. Oh, darn it. And you'll start to see that this is kind of bending up off the thing. Once again, that's because I am putting these in at an angle, which is causing it to kind of flex a bit. Don't worry, it'll be perfectly fine. They'll all still line up and we'll be able to pull these tight. Darn you, stop. Like, no, I don't want to go in the wrong way. But I want you to so that it makes my life easier. Because you stay put. And then I don't have to sit here and try and put daubs of super glue all over it to try and keep my skirt or my nuts from falling out. Doing well watching the stream, some Battlefield 6 and a bit to try out. Okay, well here's the thing. Deciding between a 2.4 350, a U1, etc. Are you looking for size? Or are you looking, what are you looking for? Because the U1 will get you 4 colors, but it's not as big as a 350. The Voron 2.4 you'll have to build, and you can customize to your whim. And it's a single color, but you can put a Filomatrix, a Jabberwocky, pick a toolhead filament cutter, and put a box turtle on it. You can make it a stealth changer. You know, there's options that you can do there to get the color capability in it. But you're going to have to put time, money, and effort into it. The U1 is a 4-head tool changer. It appears to be fairly speedy. It does not have the waste associated with standard MMUs because it is a tool changer. And the unit that I have eyes and hands on, it prints well. It prints well. I need to get into the slicer and check out the slicer because it does have a, you know, their own version of slicer. And I need to check that out and get some files sliced and tested on it. But in my case, unlike some people, I do not have my own, but I do have access to one. Darn you. Also, a 2.4 you should be able to get now, where a U1 is yet to be released. It is in the, it's definitely not vaporware, but it's definitely in the let's hype up the launch phase. Hey, Vertex Stories, welcome in and thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. As they say, follows are free. Subscribes are always great, especially if you use your Bezo bucks. Those are always nice. I sometimes enjoy wasting his money, so be kind to your AI before they rise up against us. So always, always, always thank and give kind words to Siri. Partly because she has to process the thank yous. Or not Siri, but Alexa. Or Siri as well. Either one. They do process that response. Hey, Blue Chalk Bro, thank you for the subscribe. I appreciate that. And subscribing for 2 months in a row. That's pretty awesome. All right, 2 strips done. You do want size, the U1 will get you around the P1S plus, but the building part interests me exactly. So as you can tell from this channel, we like to do our builds here. I do have, as I mentioned earlier on the stream, some 4 Centauri carbons, 2 X1Cs. In the Prusa, I kind of get the best of both worlds because I've got a Prusa Mini that was mostly built. You know, it's put the 3 components together and speed build it basically. But I have done some mods to it. The Prusa Mark IV, when I bought that, I bought it as a full functioning kit because I didn't want to wait months for them to come out with the kits. And then my Core 1, I bought as a kit, and I did a 13-hour live stream and built that in one setting. Partly so that we could test out the Automate 3D on it. The Automate 3D Auto Eject Mark 1 on it. So that has been fully tested now on the Adventure 5M Pro, the 85X, the Prusa Mark IV, the Core 1. We didn't do the Prusa Mini. Centauri Carbon, P1, X1, A1, you know. But my Centauri Carbons are doing what I bought them for right now, which is basically print farming stuff. So I needed the parts for this build, and I've got 3 or 4 printers going on it right now. The only reason I don't have the 4th one is because I haven't joined it. I'll say join it to the network. It's joined to my network, but I don't have it as a static IP yet. So it does bounce around some, which is more of a pain in the butt. But I'm going to static IP it. And when I say static IP it, I mean via a DHCP reservation, which requires my router to basically reset. So I can't do it while I'm streaming. And then the X1Cs have been workhorses, and I'm using them right now for more engineering filaments, polypropylene, PPS, stuff like that. But yeah, I built a couple of 2.4s. I've had box turtles on them. I'm waiting on a cell changer kit to come in. LDO is going to send me the cell changer kit, and we're going to do a 4-head changer on my first cell-sourced 2.4 300, which is Fade Dragon, which is right behind me. So we'll probably have to do some additional upgrades on her to support that, but that is what she's there for. We do all kinds of cool stuff all the time. You know, I set up an Octoprint and get all the functionality though. True. True. Yeah, using those Bezos bucks. You love the Centauri. It needs some work with the firmware tuning and third-party aftermarket. It's already getting third-party developers designing a mobile app for it, but an official release to polish it up would be preferred. And you may see that. I have no inside information, but remember they're still waiting on the the filament changing system. Basically their AMS CFS ACE like changer. It is set up with a filament cutter and all that stuff already. It's got the functionality and it's doing all the things. It just doesn't have their solution yet, and that should be coming here later this year. I'm expecting to either hear something by 3D Printopia or Formnext in Germany in November. Though they did say Q3, so I would expect to hear it before Formnext. But we'll see. Right now, the nice thing with having 4 Centauri carbons is they're workhorses for my single color items. So on all of these parts here that are just A color for primary and A color for accent, they work great for getting stuff printed out quickly. Because if you want to print faster, the solution is N+1 printers, not go get a faster printer. That'll work in resin because it takes the same amount of time to do an entire plate of resin as it does to do a single part in resin. But on FDM, every time you add a part to the plate, it increases the print time. So larger is not always better in FDM printing. More is better for FDM printing. Your nose printer, really like it so far. Did have to tweak some slicer settings to get the Z offset correct, but other than that, the Centauri Carbon has been a great machine. Exactly. My Centauri Carbons have worked perfect. I've got an older version that just has the one little anemic light right by the camera, and then the other 3 I bought were from a newer batch that had the additional light strips on the front and side bezel, and they work great. I'm hoping they come in with some type of retrofit kit, because I really don't want to do like, oh, let me do a printed riser that I can add lights to for just adding light to it so that you can actually see with the camera what's going on. But there was very, very good and quick feedback on that. And quite honestly, before I do any type of riser, it's going to go underneath the bench. I'll put a wireless puck light, battery operated puck light over the top of it and just turn that on before I make any printed changes. But they've been good so far. They're printing great. The tolerances are great on them, and yeah, I've liked everything I've gotten off of them so far, and this will be the best recommendation, or not recommendation, but comment I can make about them. I now own 4. Evil Diesel owns 2, and I've sold 3 through conversations with people at Ecovate 3D. Changed elephant's foot and added some Z offset in the Elegoo slicer. Yeah, there you go. There is a little bit of elephant's foot, especially on the textured plate. I do have the 3 other plates packed that you can order, and I have a couple of spare nozzles on the way in. So or actually I should say hot ends, because if I get something borked up that bad, my option is replace and keep it printing, and I'll fix it on the bench. They have their MMUs, so it might be tuning with, yeah. The firmware upgrade kind of screwed me during the first update. You downgraded and re-updated a few weeks later, it seems to fix. Huh, I didn't have a problem when I set mine up. I just, part of the setup was new firmware is available. Do you want it? And I said yes. So maybe it's the fact that I've never printed with anything other than the latest version of the firmware, so I didn't know that there was any changes. Or maybe I was just lucky and got in between those fixes. Dang it. There we go. Well, darn you. One just loves to burn as I'm trying to drop it in there. He did it again. Yeah, the Cyclops light. Gotcha. They said they would. You have to contact them and see if Elegoo does send it. Okay, I will definitely ask about that. I'll reach out to them and be like, hey, I've got one of an older style with the Cyclops light. See if I can't get it replaced. Oh, a bad video feed? Yeah, I kind of look at it as the video is there to basically tell me, do I have a problem I need to address or not? I'm not trying to use them for time lapses or anything like that. Partly because, well, time lapse video on an SD card kills that SD card quick over time, right? Because it's a lot of read write. And the other major issue I have that I would love to see if they can replace, but it may be a physical limitation, is if that printer is printing, you're not uploading a file to it, period. Don't try. Wait until it's done printing. And that's the annoying piece. So if you got to do a bunch of prints, you're better off to upload a bunch of print files and then start printing them in sequence. Because if you, like I said, if you're printing, you're not going to be able to write to that SD card at the same time. Any updates on my Anycubic Cobra S1 combo? It is sitting downstairs and I haven't touched it. It is currently off the line. I do need to get that up and running. Like I said, it was printing fine, but it doesn't feel as polished and reliable, and I want it to, right? I don't know if it's just going to be some firmware fixes or what. I do got I do have a new hot end for it because I did run some CF filament through it before I realized that it does not have a hardened nozzle on it. So I do have a whole new hot end to replace it that I bought. It was my mistake. I didn't read. And I also have a third-party nozzle for it, hardened nozzle for it. So, but it is definitely not the same. It's not like a drop-in OEM lookalike replacement, right? Yeah, the video. Yeah, that light is not pretty useless. It is completely useless. I think that was an engineer going, "Oh, we need a light," and they just grabbed one and put it in there and did not realize that, if you're not running it with a lot of ambient or overhead lighting, it's useless. The video versus P1S is 100 times. Oh yeah, the P1S is like 4 frames a second. It's useless, and that's why on my I did not get the buddy camera for my Core 1 because one, I realized it's an ESP32 based camera, which is one, not very it does not have good frame rate, and then two, I've installed an ESP32 camera in a printer and it died on my first ABS print. So I don't want to pay Prusa price for a camera that's going to die when I do a high temp print in the chamber. So I want to wait and see what everybody's experience is with it before I go and plunk down some cash for a camera that may or may not die if I'm doing a high temp print. Especially when I'm buying the parts myself. Okay. That was a blast, let me tell you. Not. Oh, awesome. Steak reefing. I'll try that. HCDADEVE is where I buy my hot ends for the Centauri right now. Fadus Mellow 3D would be great for hot. Yes. Yes. I have commented to Fadus to see if they will do a hot end for that because I would love a Fadus drop-in hot end replacement. Okay, so we've got all of our log ones done. Oh, wait, Z-rail alignment. Is this another set or is this? Fully populate all 6, 2 per rail for 180. Uh-oh. Two per rail for the 180s. No, these are the bigger ones. Seventeen times 6. I put the wrong. Z rails are mounted before the assembled frame. Stand up one of the A extrusions and use the printed standoff alignment tools below to align the bottom of the rail. The rail end should be 36 millimeters from the bottom. Hey, Additive Adam, how's it going? I'm going to get this out, and we're going to see if I now need to go through and do some changes. And I just lost a nut out of one of these, out of two of them. Once again, we've got 6 rails here. And these should all be pre-lubricated, or at least the one was. And actually, these look like they are dry. So we're going to have to do our lube stream. So the larger one for the x-axis is pre-lubricated, and the rest of these are not. Well, that sucks. But we have the technology and the ability, so we'll lubricate these, not a problem. That's going to be the 4 for the Z drive. We'll go ahead and leave the other 2 here for the time being, which will be for the Y. We'll come back to those as needed. Needs to be in force brace since the nozzle bends like yeah. Welcome in, Adam. Coffee is in your veins. Yep. There you go. You need coffee? Well, if you need coffee, man, go get some coffee. Do not let me hold you up from getting coffee. Coffee is a valid reason to alert and come back. All right, so we've got our lube. We've got our gloves, at least one. So we're going to lubricate this up. And you guys know the drill. We're going to put a bead of EP2 down one side and then the other. We'll smash that in, move our balls around, and then do the whole thing again with 2 passes. We're going to do that per rail so that we can get these bearings with a nice amount of lubricant in them. Preferably without like overdoing it, because just having excess grease popping out and around is not necessary. All right. And once again, be sure that you're doing this over a paper towel, because if you're doing it on a hard surface and one of these balls escapes, it's gone. And on these NGN 7 rails, when they're gone, they're gone. You're probably not going to find them. And I do know that there's some psychopaths out there that will tear these completely apart and um, clean them in ISO and then reinstall them and stuff. It's a little more than what's needed for these. These are honey badger rails, so they're pretty good from the factory. Back in the day when we had some very sus quality Chinese rails, yeah, that was needed to make sure that you didn't have like slivers of metal in your bearing races that would cause you major problems. The other nice thing is because we just put some grease in here, that grease is going to help keep those balls from running off as well if they do pop out. So okay, so that one's done. On to the next one. And I have to say, these EP2 syringes last a good long time, and for application on your linear rail carriages, it's perfect to get a bead right on your bearings and keep, try and keep it all in one spot versus going everywhere. But thank you, Mrs. Dragon. If you've got a larger printer that uses, say, like HG15 rails instead of these tiny rails, then that's where you'll probably have a grease zerk that you will be able to use something like this for and grease them that way versus doing it this way. I know there's a lot of people that will squirt EPT or EP2 or another lubricant through the back of a screw hole. I tend not to do that because it wastes a lot. Because you basically just packed a screw hole, right? Before you start packing anything in a bearing, you packed a screw hole. And you're going to have to dig that out anyhow because you don't want all that excess grease sitting in there, because it will be a collection point for dust and debris. And if you have something that's collecting dust and debris in your linear rail system, it's not going to be long before it's in your linear rails and just causing unnecessary wear and tear and damage. And once again, we're doing 2 passes at a minimum. Work that grease in. Get that stop back on there and set it aside. So once again, we put a bead on each side. We'll smash it down into the ball bearings, and then we'll rotate the ball bearings through to get that grease down into the racetracks within the carriage. And we do 2 beads. It should give us plenty of grease. We're using Mobilux EP2, which has proven to be a pretty good grease. Yes, there are others if it's going to be a high temp, but I'm not running like Doom cubes and massively insulated printers yet. You just take a second to look at the end and your fingertip to make sure that you didn't have a ball pop out when you're putting your rail back in. And once again, run it through there, and that's going to grease your rail or the channel in your rail, as well as get that grease down in the bearing races. So there's 3, 1 more, and we'll be able to put our Z together. And these are pretty decent preloads on here. What you see me doing is putting my finger down in the rail and holding the spring clips to the side as I'm feeding the rail on, and that's what's going to help keep the balls from popping out. If you just jam the rail on the carriage, you're going to have balls coming everywhere. Hey, Blue Chocobro just gifted, what was this, 10 Tier 1 gift subs? Holy cow, thank you so much. Holy crap. So, let's see. Happy Manufacturing, Aliens vs. Freedoms, Adam, Da Vinci, Ghetto Nerd. Hello, Ghetto Nerd. Thunder Keys, Stephen Pool 68, Petty Ruxpin. Hey, Petty. His Mustang and Drager AZ all just got some gift subs. Thank you, Blue Chocobro. And please be sure to thank Blue Chocobro if you just received a gift sub. That was awesome. Thank you so much. And if you do this right and you stay somewhat clean, you should be able to reuse this glove. Now, I'm not using these gloves for various things. Like I'm using it to do my lubrication, but if I'm going to use it for cleaning or resin or whatever, I go and grab a completely different set of gloves for those. Do not mix your lubricating gloves with your cleaning gloves. Okay, so once again, bang merch and go grab a Digital Dragon 3D coffee mug. Eventually, one of these days, I'm going to be able to reach out to Duncan or Black Rifle Company and get a sponsorship for the channel from one or both of them. Coffee is pretty imperative to our streaming success here, so we're fueled by Duncan and Black Rifle Coffee Company. But yes, thanks again. That was awesome. Okay, we need some printed jig parts. And I brought those up. What did I do with those? Uh-oh. It is way too early in the build to be losing parts already. Nope, those are not them. What did I do with them? Z, that. I swear I was up here cleaning, getting prepped and ready so that I had everything laid out. Actually, are they over here? They are decidedly not right there. Okay, folks, bear with me 1 second. I may have to run downstairs because I know I pulled them off the printer, but I may have left them downstairs. So give me just a minute and I will be right back. I'm going to put you on a be right back screen real fast and mute the mic. Okay, we are back. Yes, I left them downstairs, but we've got, you know, Z-Jig. We got 2 of those. We've got 2 of the Y180 jigs. We've got our MGN 9, or excuse me, 7 rail things, X jigs, and these are our jigs that we're going to use, which are Z7. These are printed in PLA because they're jigs. They don't need to be crazy. Yeah, they just don't need to be crazy. So what we're going to do is pop those off. And we're going to get some M2x6, which I don't remember seeing M2 screws over in this box. So it might be, they're probably going to be in the other one. M15 slide in M3 nuts. Those are always going to be nice to have. Uh-oh. This is all the shafts, the bearings, the pulleys, more bearings, Momo bearings. Do we not have LEDs? There's EBB board. Oh, you had all your little printed insert things back there. Well, did I miss the M2 screws in here? M3, 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 M3. Hey, look, M3. Wagos. Oh, there we go. M2x6. They're hiding under the Wagos. How dare they? M2 button heads. These should be 1.5. Did that change going into R1? Did what change going into R1? The jigs and stuff? And yeah, I just keyed in Blue Chocobro that you are Blue Urban, aka Zura, the person who asked me to do this build. Okay, so we're going to take this, line it up, and we're just going to get these started. Now, the other thing that do this the smart way. The other thing I would say is the screws. No, the screws didn't change. I just couldn't find the screws. The other thing I would say is if we had the metal backers for these, that would be nice because you could go through and Loctite all of these. You can't Loctite the ones with ABS printed parts because the Loctite will interact with the ABS. And we shouldn't have problems here, especially on the Z. My V0, after a couple of years though, just pay attention, listen to your machine. It will talk to you if you listen. I did not listen, and my gantry came loose, yeeted a build plate all the way out the front of a V0 printer, and destroyed part of the gantry, and I had to switch gantries and rebuild it, which is not fun. Doable, but not fun. So listen to your gantries and listen to your printers. They will tell you when maintenance is being overlooked that you need to tighten some screws down, do some heat cycles. The screws will back off with heat cycles. That's why we use Loctite. Once again, you just can't use Loctite on ABS prints because the Loctite will interact. Okay, so these are our Z rails. They're the longest rails we have. We've got the through holes for blind joints on both sides. We did just get all of our screws started. Now let's see if I got them too tight where they won't slide in. Sure, fine. There we go. And once again, it says to put this at the bottom, stand this up, and push it flat. And that gets you your distance. Okay, now that we have our distance, I'm going to pop that back off. And actually, I'm going to leave that on. Because is this the new jigs? Too many jigs, too many jigs. All right, we're good. Now, because I'm looking for a specific spacing from bottom to top, I am going to tighten the bottom and work my way up the linear rail. Normally, you'll see me go in the middle and work out. You can start at one end and work up, but do not do like outside in. that would be very, very bad. Because what you're going to do is induce a bow in your linear rail if you do that. We're going to go through and get this somewhat tight, and then we'll come back in and snug it down fully. And once again, we'll start from the bottom and work our way up. Okay, so there's one. Now we'll come in and do the second one. And what I'm going to do this time is I'm just going to insert this first. Then I'll get my rail started. And once again, we're just going to get these started. We're not going to go through and tighten anything down just yet. We're just getting our rails started, and then we'll work on the alignment. So Zura, how are things going on Princeps lately? I know there was a new printer being worked on. Anything about that or any testing you can tell me about? Or I should say tell us about? Once again here, we're just trying to get these started because we do have to move this around. So if you get this too tight, you're just gonna have to do some additional work. And also you see that I am taking off the stops here. So we need to be very, very careful with these for the time being. There will be a an end stop that's printing right now that we will put on the top and bottom of these to keep the rails from falling off for the carriages, but that will come down the road. So again, we're going to stitch this up, bring that all the way down. That sets the lower stop. Take this one, bring it down like that. That aligns us at the top. I'm going to snug these up. I'm going to slap that right in the middle just to help give me some warm fuzzies. Beefy Front Eilers Baby Belt Edition. Awesome. All right. So I just tightened this down and then realized that one of the I've got a nut sitting right here. And it happens to be on this particular one, and I did not notice it when I put it in. So we'll be taking this back off so we can get the last nut in here. Remember, folks, if it's worth doing it right. Actually, the nut just fell out, so that is for a different one. Mods for Baby Belt Pro 2.5 we're tweaking yet. Okay. Beefy idlers. Reasonable chance people will see a change to the Crooked Crow. Nice at 3D Printopia. Yeah, the Crooked Crow is an interesting concept. I like seeing the evolution of that over the shows, so that's kind of fun. You have an adjustable bed mount that also allows for the use of the LDO V0 bed that should release any day now. Nice. Nice. Hey there, Daddy Wazzy. How's it going? We are working on our frame for Blue Chocobros, aka Zura, Micron Plus here. Few parts we'll have to circle back on. The manual does start talking about doing all of the heat set inserts to start with, so you get them all out in one shot, but I'm still printing parts. So, and all of the parts for this build are being built, or excuse me, printed on the Centauri carbons. I've got 3 of my 4 printers are Centauri carbons working on this right now. So and I thought we were not going to have to, I had my lube and coffee and lube stream shirt on because I knew we were going to be doing linear rails, and then I was like, well, wait a minute, it looks like the linear rails are pre-lubed, but only the x-axis was pre-lubed. So we still have to lubricate our z-axes and y-axes. There's or at least one of the missing ones. So we did get to, to make good use of our shirt today. Getting ready to go do a park cleanup. Very nice. Very nice. You may note that I am doing every single screw on these linear rails versus doing like every other one or every third one. One, the manual calls for it, and 2, I have found on these smaller builds where you're using these M2 screws that it's just the more screws you have in it, the better off you are. It's going to keep the rail nice and solid. We'll keep it straight, and it's the chances of some of these backing out over time, like I said, because of the vibration inherent in the machine and the fact that it's going to be in a heated chamber, so it's going to heat up, cool down, heat up, cool down. And because we're using the printed like nut holder here, we can't put Loctite on these screws. So if we had the, and I'm not even sure, I'm sure that somebody is making the aluminum nut backers for these. They're making them for the B0. So I'm sure that somebody's making them for these. That would allow you to Loctite them, and Loctiting would definitely be a good thing for these. Like I said, my V0 kind of yeeted some parts because of it, and we had to do a rebuild. And then I traded it for parts. Darn Voron kid. He got me 2 years in a row at Remer. Okay, I'm standing this up vertically, and I'm going to lock in that lower one, and that's going to help keep my vertical alignment right. Lock that in, and then we'll go one at a time and snug these up. And then we'll come back in the second round and tighten them the rest of the way down. We're just trying to ensure that we don't get any type of warp induced in these long, thin rails. Yeah, Crooked Crow is definitely an interesting design. Hey, Timor. There's 3, and this will be number 4. And after this one, we get to start assembling a frame. Awesome, Timur. You got to let me know what you think about that. I do have a K1C. I was thinking about doing a CFS conversion to it, but I don't like the fact that it poops inside the chassis, right? To me, that is a poor design because you're going to lose some Z height regardless when you do that. It just too much chance for something to uh, to hang up there, right? You've got your lead screws out there. It's too many chances for things to get in the lead screw. Okay. One down here, we'll get the height locked in. Alignment at the top. We'll use the other Z-jig just to go through and help us keep alignment as we snug these up. Oh, that sucks. We got a we've got a one of the nuts fell out. You? Oh, you didn't. You did. Okay. Oh, one did. I have no idea where it went. There's one here, but I see that there's one missing there, so. That one is just not catching nut. Why not? The nut's in there. It's in the right place. This is just not catching. Okay, maybe that's what it was. Could have just been that the nut was at a slight angle, and that's what it was. Okay, back in business. Lock the bottom end. Find the top. With a catching tube out the back. Okay. Yeah, that's the nice thing about the Centauri Carbon is even though it didn't ship with the multi-material stuff, it's properly provisioned for it with the poop chute already there. So the poop chute's there, the cutter's there, and everything's ready to go. It's just a matter of, you know, getting that external solution in and what kind of configuration it's going to be like. Okay, so I'm going to go through now and tighten everything up. Alrighty. There are 4 Z's done and put off to the side. Get some coffee. Okay, we'll grab our little stoppers. I don't know. Yeah, they won't fit down on there anymore, so we're just going to have to be very, very careful we don't drop these off the bottom. Because next up, hey, where's the nut? The nut's there. The expectation is you would slide the nut in. These are going to be with M3x8 button head cap screws. Now the nice thing is these end stops are printed out. They're just still in a print that's 99.5%. So it's almost done. So we'll just have to wait for it to cool down. But we'll be able to put those in soonish. So we just have to be a little bit careful in the meantime. Okay, so we will add these in just as soon as they're done printing and everything's cooled down. Excuse me. Now we're going to get started here, and we're going to start with 2 of our B extrusions that we put our M3x8 button head screws in with. And we're going to start building out the frame. There. So we're going to need 2 corner pieces and an upright. And the upright, remember, is the one that has the shorter piece at the bottom, I'll say. And before I go to do that, I'm going to need to put in an M3 down here at least in preparation for the end stop. Because if I don't, then it won't be there. And rather, I think I'm going to do one of the no drop nuts with a standard M3 nut, because if I can find the standard M3 nuts. If I use the other ones that he has here, the slide-in ones, I don't think it's going to stay in position. So, hey, stay creeping. So what you're saying is you're creeping back in. So the way these work is your nut just pops into the little printed piece here, and that printed piece is the size of that T-rail, so you'll be able to slide that in, and it pretty much stays in place. It's not going to go running off. So let me go ahead and put one of these at the bottom of every single one of these now. And they have both one slot and two slots in here, because there would be a couple of places where you need to do this for two slots. But these are just pretty nice little printed parts. And this will allow me to get the end stop ready going. That looks like it's bigger than the other one. Yeah. A couple of different lengths and sizes here. And because this is an end stop, I want to try and get the shortest one. There's also some for 1515, LDO does have some kind of oops nuts or some after the fact nuts that you can slide in, and there'll be a printed piece and then a specific type of nut. And in case you forgot to preload nuts, or down the road you decide to try a mod, you would have the ability to still get a T-nut in here without having to disassemble 3/4 of the frame, which is a fantastic thing. Okay, hopefully these work. If they don't, it's going to be a sad day. Or it just falls out. That's great too. Okay. So we're going to be setting it like that. We're going to use a 1, 2, 3 block to make our inner corner. And we're just going to grab another extrusion and use it on the outer corner to help keep things straight. and in line as we tighten this way, and then we'll do the same thing for the other direction. There we go. Now, do not get ahead of yourself as you're doing this part of the build, right? Follow the instructions. Start with one of our pre-assembled A extrusions and two of the B extrusions. Note the direction of the linear rail facing side one of the A extrusion on forming the front corner with two B extrusions. While one of so basically this is be cognizant, this is facing the inside, so when we put this side over here, it's got to be facing the same. If you get your linear rails on the wrong side, you'll be taking your frame apart pretty quickly. Okay, build on a flat surface, right? Build the frame on glass or granite. This is not granite, I think this is quartz. Yeah. Yeah, there are some of those nuts in here. I just want to make sure that I get these in here so that we can do the end stops. Now, on here, it's going to tell us to do the next corner assembly. So we're going to do the next, I'll follow along. We're going to do this side over here. But before we do that, it's very, very, very critical that we go through and we put in some nuts. So before adding the next A extrusion, preload the nuts into the B extrusion that is about to be enclosed. It receives corner extrusion number. Corner extrusion number 2 will install the same as the first using an M3x8 blind head cap screw for the blind joint. The linear rail should face the same direction as the rail in corner 1. Keep things as square and as flush as possible as you tighten that screw to snug up the corner. Okay, so this is where we need to go through and ensure that we get these nuts in there and get the right number of nuts. Now, you can just do the plain M3 nuts in here. It doesn't matter. You can use the printed T-nut holders in here. The nice thing about the printed T-nut holders is it does allow you a little bit of friction, which will come in handy down the road. So yeah, you definitely have multiple different ones in here. And this is what I was talking about by different sizes and different lengths. Should not be that big of a deal. There will be a couple of places where you'll have the twos that would be critical, but for these, I believe all of the singles should be perfectly fine. The twos are just going to help getting alignment set up for certain parts. Just going to go through here and get a bunch of these preloaded. Like I said, there's a couple of different types in here. Some longer, some shorter, some with the tabs, some without the tabs. There's a couple of different, I'll say, styles of these, but all in all, they do the same thing. It allows you to preload your nuts and give you the ability to slide them around with a little bit of friction in the rail, so you don't they're not sliding all over the place. A lot of times when you're doing these smaller builds like this, they'll slide in down into a corner like that one did, and you're sitting here tilting and shaking the whole printer trying to get things to move around. Okay, so on the back side, so here's the front of that rail. The other rail, the front's going to be facing here, and that's going to make this the outside edge, and it says we need 3 in the outside edge. So we're going to put in 3 of these, which, believe it or not, is actually easier to get these in without your screws in here. If you were just putting your straight in 3 nuts in, they would go in no problem. So there's 1. Two, and 3 on the outside. Now we need 5 on the top. Five on the top, 2 on the inside. On the inside and 5 on the bottom edge. So once again, 5 on the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 on the inside. 5 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 3 on the outside. 1, 2, 3. So we've got all of our T-nuts added, or not T-nuts, but all of our nuts added in there. I'm going to go ahead and put our screw back in here. And once again, we're going to add in our next upright. Now, when we do our next upright, remember the linear rail needs to be on the same face. So that's going to go up like that. I'm just going to grab another one of these, put it on this side, and that's going to sandwich these two pieces together, right? And make sure that it's even on the extrusion when we're tightening it up. Once again, triple, quadruple check that your linear rails are on the same faces. And then tighten that down. Okay. Next up, corner 3. Corner 3 assembly before adding in the next A extrusion. Preload M3 nuts into the B extrusion that is about to be enclosed as shown. It receives corner extrusion number 3. It receives no. Okay. There's language there that just, the way they're saying things just kind of blows my mind. Okay, so on this side, which is going to be another B extrusion, once again, I'm going to take that M3x8 screw out so that we can load this. 4 on the inside for a 180 build, 2 on the top, 3 on the outside, 7 on the bottom. Okay, there's a lot of things there. So, 2 on the top. 1, 2. 2 on the top. 4 on the inside. We're building the 180, so we need 4 on the inside. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 on the top, 4 on the inside, 7 go on the bottom. Or 5, 6, 7 on the bottom, 3 goes in the outside. Hey, Martin, how's it going? All right, so once again, we're going to go through and recount them as we rolled back, right? Yes, we did. Okay, so on this one, we've got two on the top, four on the inside, seven on the bottom, and three on the outside edge. So I need to make sure that three is on the outside towards me, two is on the top, and four is on the inside. Okay, we've got our two linear rails facing this direction. So our two linear rails here are facing me. This B is going to go right here. Once again with two facing up, three on the outside, four on the inside. We're going to take our 1, 2, 3 block, and we're just going to grab another extrusion for this side. We're going to hold everything together as we tighten this up. Now, building on our surface, we know the bottom should all be flat. Holding it tight this way and this way means when we tighten it up, this should be a nice 90-degree corner, and we're ready to go. So we've now got loaded and loaded. Our next one, we need to load this one and this one. So we need to be cognizant and turn our frame to match. So we've got, we're going to put our frame like this: corner 1, corner 2, corner 3 is going to go over here. We can't put that in now. In fact, it shows us to, so we'll go ahead and put this in now. This linear rail is going to face these linear rails. The bottom, slide it down like that. We're going to use our 1, 2, 3 block, or in this case, we can actually grab two of our longer extrusions, one on each side, and that's going to help keep this lined up side to side. We'll tighten that down, and we're using the weight here to make sure that it's fully seated top to bottom. Okay, this rail is going to go here. So once again, we're matching the diagram so that we know what to put in where. We're going to start with this corner right here, and we're going to need to put in some M3 nuts. I'm going to go ahead and remove the two M3x8 screws just so it makes it easier to get our nuts in. Okay, so on this one, we need two on the top. And I've been trying to do all of the gray ones here. Let me grab a few more out of here. So two on the top. One, 2, 3 on the outside edge. Right, that one was a little tight, but we'll deal with it. So 2 on the top, 3 on the outside edge. On this beam, 2 on the inside and 4 on the top. Two on the inside and 4 on the top. Okay. 2 top, 3 on the outside, 2 on the inside, 4 on the top. Now if we turn it into the other direction, as I just dropped one out, where'd you go? I miss you so. I have no idea. Good thing I've got spares. That was the one out of here, so that would be the 2 on the inside. Two inside, 4 top. Okay, now when we go here, in this direction, it wants 4 on the bottom. And we're going to have to start switching up. Because we're out of the grays. 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is the bottom. 2 inside, 4 top, 4 bottom, 2 on the inside, and that is this rail over here. Now this rail, we need 4 on the inside and 7 on the bottom. Great. So I'm going to set this up. We need 4 on the inside. Four on the inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 on the bottom. Let's see if I can count right today. If I can, that should be 7 in the bottom there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the bottom. Okay. Two top. Wait. 4 top, 2 ins. 4 top, 2 inside, 4 bottom. 2 inside, 4 bottom. Okay. All right, so once again, we're going to look at this. We've got 2 at the top, 3 on the outside, 4 on the inside, 7 on the bottom. 4 on the top, 2 on the inside, and this would have 4 on the bottom. Yes. So there we go. We'll need our last upright. I'll slide that in place. And I'm going to start over here because this is just has the 1, 2, lock in. So again, we'll sandwich our linear rail and pull it into the corner. We'll tighten from this direction. Okay, so this is now locked in. Now we'll come down here and we're going to tighten from this direction first. So we're locking in with everything in this direction. Then we'll go this way. And there's our lower frame. Now, before we get too crazy, I'm going to confirm the end of that. Where are we at temperature-wise here? 43, that's good enough. Another set of nice dark magic printed parts. We'll just set those over here on the thing behind us. Now, I was looking for this one to be done because I knew that's where my little end stop plates were at. So these are going on with M3 by 8s. Yes, M3 by 8 button head cap screws. We'll get these on before we go too far. There's one on top and one on bottom. And using the printed pieces does not allow us to get 100% right up on the rails. So we may have issues there. Or at least, yeah, with the larger ones. So that was a smaller one I used. So we're going to pop this off. And we'll remove these one at a time and we'll put the end stops on there without using one of those. Raid! Hey, Bearded Printer, how's it going? Welcome on in, my friend. Welcome on in. Thank you for bringing your community in. Rated with 29 people. Sweet. So give me 1 second to tighten this down, and we'll pop over here and say, hello and welcome on in, Raiders. How's everyone doing today? I see a Pez Liz, a K2 Kevin, a Bearded Printer, of course. AWZ, how's it going? We're sort of working on another 5-minute build. We are working on a Micron Plus for Zura, aka Blue Choco Bro, in the chat right now. This is a build that he was working on, kind of, just ran into what we call life. And in that meantime, the new files came out for this printer, and he needed to redo a lot of things because it's now a Rev 1 build. So we're going to go through and build this for him using the CAD because the build instructions are not complete. So we're working our way through this. We're going to get this built up for him, and using some of his mods and a couple of mods that I found that I kind of like the looks of. So we'll get a few things going. Yep, Luke to the rescue then, exactly. He reached out through KB3D and said, hey, are you willing to do this? Do you have time to do this? Are you willing to do this on your stream? And I was like, well, sure. Like, why would I not want to do a build on stream? So we're doing the standard. We're kind of building and printing at the same time. You know how that goes. But we are very much building and printing on this. We're using the Centauri carbons. I've got 3 of the 4 doing prints for this build right now. And what I'm doing right now is putting this in the wrong orientation. What we're doing right now is, just in time printing, and we're adding our end stops to the bottom. The end stops to the top we can do just about any time before we put the top on. But I needed to pop these back off to get the bottoms in, because while I put in some of our like no fallout nut things, they prevent us from getting the end stop right up against the end of the rail, and that could be a bad thing. You don't want your rails partially coming off or coming off at all, because that kind of will lead to problems. So I'm just going to go around one corner at a time, loosen this off so I can pull this back out, and we'll put on the lower end stops. And this is what I was talking about. That end stop's on there, but there's a gap. And there's just enough of a gap that it could cause a problem, and I don't want it to. So we're simply going to pull this off. We're going to take off the little slide-in T-nut thing. We'll put it back on, and just using a bare M3 nut allows us to get that stopper right up next to the rail. So there's zero chance of this now coming off any little bit. Make sure that all 4 are facing this into the printer. Always use a interior corner block, and then an outside. I just use another rail to pull everything in tight, and that helps keep it square. We do that in both directions. And that's going to lead to a nice square frame. And all of these blind joints do have Loctite on them. So like I said, we'll get the lower ones on first, and then we'll come back and put the upper ones on. You've been tuned into the stream, but without the manual, I don't have the time to pick up and put down building from exactly. And that's the thing is some people, it's a time issue. Some people, it's a, you know, they don't know how to use the CAD tooling. And that's not a bad thing. It's just, trust me, there's people that can build from a manual, but if you throw a CAD at them, it's just a bridge too far. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's some people that are really good with CAD. It's just, it's going to take time. And time's a commodity to some people. Okay. So all four of the lowers are on. I got one of the uppers. I'm going to put the rest of the uppers on, and then we can continue on with the build. And besides, it's content. And I can do this, and I would prefer that you continue working on things like Crooked Crow and Baby Belt mods, because that's a pretty cool little printer. And I can do this while you do that. And that gives me my next set of mods to do. And so folks, we've got several affiliate links available that helps, one, you with your build or your projects, and two, me with future builds and projects. We've got affiliate links to KB3D, who's been a long-time channel sponsor. We've got affiliate links for West 3D. And we also have affiliate links for Polymaker, Vision Miner, and now we have a new one. And that new one is amame. So we just inked that deal yesterday. You will be getting, you will see more and more sponsorship statements about amame. But yeah, if everything goes right, we'll have a amame kit to build on stream soon. There we go. All right, so tops and bottoms are now in place. And we've got all four corners. Now it wants us to work on corner 1 to corner 4. I don't know which one's which now. Corner 4 went in with 2 top, 3 outside. So 2 top, 3 outside, 4 top, 2 inside. This would have 4 at the bottom with no outside. Okay, so this was 3. So this is corner 4 here. So this one closest to me is corner 4. 1, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they want us to put in the top between 1 and 4. This is why I'm trying to figure it out, is to make sure that we get the right T-nut insert in the right place. So I'm going to undo one of these M3x8s that we put in so that we can insert our, I say T-nuts, our nuts a little bit easier. We need 3 on the top. Okay. Three on the top. Three on the outside. So 3 top, 3 outside, and 4 on the inside. Now, there's some notes here. Can you handle it? Handles are an optional component you can install atop your Micron. They make carrying the printer very easy. If you want to install handles you need preloaded nuts, now would be a good time to add those. The default handles for Micron do not require preloaded nuts. Okay. Light it up. If you are planning to mount LEDs using screws inside the enclosure, this is where you would add the nuts for those in addition to the 4 already required. So we need 4, and then we're going to need 2 more because we are going to have lights, and those lights are going to be on each side. So we need a total of 6 then. So there's the original 4, so we need 2 more. And I don't have any more singles in those standard colors. The other ones that I have are a completely different. Oh, no. I do have a few more. Do have just a couple more. One and 2. Okay. So let's get our M3 going back in there. Now the sticks are going to be on the inside, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this whole thing over. 6 on the inside, 3 on the top, 3 on the outside. I'm going to flip this whole thing over. And this way we're going to use gravity to keep everything nice and tight here when we go ahead and tighten this up. So once again, we're going to use the square on one side, or the 1, 2, 3 block on one side, and an extrusion on the other. Tighten that side up. Flip it around. 1, 2, 3 block and an extrusion. We'll flip everything back up and we'll take a look at it. 3 on the outside. 4 on the inside. And I put it in upside down. Because I put it in as if it was going to be added just right on the top. So, Lucy. Lucy, okay. So we need 3 on the top, 3 on the outside, 4 on the inside. I should be looking at a plain rail, which will be the bottom. Now, we got the 6 there, which is the 4 requested, and the 2 for the light. Okay, and once again, we're going to double check. So 3 at the top, 3 on the outside, 6 on the inside. That's our first top rail corner. 1, 4. Next, we're going to go between 1 and 2. So it's going to be this corner that we're going to be doing. We're going to grab another one of our rails with our preloaded M3x8s. We'll take one of the M3x8s out so that we can load our T-nuts. The rear side has 2 that are required and 2 that are optional. Top has all 4 that are optional. 3 for the panel clips, 1 for the PTFE tube or retainer. We are doing panels on this, so we are going to have to do all the panel ones. So, okay, so I'm just going to load all the ones that it requests. We are running out of our things there. Yeah, the other color scheme that we have in here, I do not want to use just because, well, they're not going to be matching. So we'll start loading just bare nuts at this point. I don't want my chair for now. I do have at least 3 of the single carriers, so we'll use those. On something that just requires 3. I could print some more of these, but I don't have any print. Well, I guess I do have a printer ready to go, but it would take some time for it to print, and I don't want to just stop. So 4 at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what does it say again? 4 at the top, 2 on outside, 2 more on outside, and the ones that are grayed out are the optional one. And once again, we are using all of those options, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 on the top and 4 on the outside. So the top is going to go down on the table. The outside is going towards me. We'll put our M3x8 back in. And we know this is the side that we want. And we're going to flip it upside down to do it. So we're going to verify once again that 4 at the top and 4 at the outside. Top being down at the bottom now, outside towards me. Line that up there. And we're going to start from this corner because it's going to be the most solid joint that we have now. We're going to pull everything in, making it square. And tighten that joint up. Turn this around. Sandwich it between our square and the other rail. And tighten that in. So we now have 4 to 1, 1 to 2. Now we're going to go 2 to 3. So I'm going to take this, turn around, 2 to 3. Take our other extrusion here. The B extrusion that connects corners 2 and 3 receives 4 nuts on top for handles, 3 for no handles, 4 nuts inside and 3 nuts outside. Attach using blind joints, blah, blah, blah. You can't handle the truth. Handles are an optional component you can install atop your Micron. They make carrying your printer very easy. If you want to install handles that need preload nuts, now would be the time to add those. Note, the default handles for Micron do not require preload nuts. I am going to ask Zura, I see that you had handles printed. I could always print a new set of handles. What is your preference? Oops. So we're going to have 4 at the top. Four on the inside, 4 on top. 4 top, 4 inside, maybe. Four at the top, 4 at the inside. This would be the bottom, and we need 3 on the outside. And this is where we would need to add 2 for the lights. So there's our 4 for the top, the 6 now for the inside, and then the outside gets 3. Feel free for the creative freedom. You're not picky. Okay. Y'all heard it first. He said I can do whatever I want to his printer. Hey, Spidey, how's it going? Okay, so once again, we've got 4 on the top, 6 on the inside, 4 for the standard, and then 2 for lighting. None on the bottom, and 3 on the outside, and that outside edge is facing me, because what we're going to do is going to take the printer, we're going to flip it over to the top, and line that up, and that way we keep everything nice and square because of our table. Now we're going to 1 there and 1 on the outside. We'll pull everything tight together. That way it's nice and lined up when we tighten up this corner. Spin around. Same type of thing. Squish it between to keep it nice and lined up. Tighten that corner. Now it means we only have 1 more corner to do, and this should be between 3 and 4. Between 3 and 4. Before placing the final B extrusion, the receives an optional 3 at the top. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And that's at the top, which means these will go down and face our table. We'll flip this over. We'll just grab a random extrusion. So you can once again pull everything tight as we tighten that side up. Turn it 90 degrees. Pull everything tight as we tighten this side up. And bada bing, bada boom, we should have a Micron frame. Now here, we're not going to be using these corner brackets because remember we've got 2 longer frames with holes in them, and these are going to go straight across and do blind joints to lock this in. So we won't have those front corner pieces that they're showing here. It's this note, the note that you cannot see. Why? Sorry, I'm sitting here like talking to myself. Blind joints. Some kits use blind joints for this instead of the printed brackets. If yours does, you can skip these printed parts. Would have been great to know because, well, I've already put them in. But we do need to be cognizant of what of the nuts that we need here. And this is probably where blind nuts or the printed nut things would be great. So 2 at the top. One on the inside, 2 at the bottom. Two bottom, 1 inside, 2 top. Same thing over here. 2 at the top. One at the inside. And 2 at the bottom. Which means none on the outer edge. So, like so. Okay. We don't need to close off that. Now we're going to use M3x6. So blind joints. Some of the kits use blind joints. The same hardware is used for blind joints as well. Start by threading the screws into the nuts and then sliding the extrusions over the screw heads. So it's calling for M3x6 versus M3x8s. So let me clean up all of the M3 nuts here that we don't need anymore. We also don't need the M3x8s right now, so we'll put those to the side. We need to go grab our M3x6s, which are over here in the bucket. Pull these out. M3x6. Now, these are bed frame mounts. They're going to be going into nuts, but nuts that have printed holders for them. So no whatchamacallit required for this. Whatchamacallit being mount the bed extrusions as shown, running from the front to the back. Use the 2 middle nuts of the 4 preloaded into the front. There's 5 back here, so my front should be over here. So we want the 2 middle nuts. in the rear. Second and fourth. 1, 2. 3, 4. Okay. Gently and easily turn this around. Okay. So we've got those started there. We are going to be using the blind joints. Now here's the critical thing. For Micron, let me go full screen here. For the Micron 180 or the Micron Plus, we need 82.5 millimeters from the edge to the center, or the edge to the edge for the outside. So we're going to grab our calipers. We want 82.5. .51. Okay. So, and it's from inner edge to inner edge. I'm just putting it right up against the front, lining up the bottom of my whatchamacallit, and then using this as my depth gauge, basically, to just touch the extrusion. And I'm going to do the same thing up at this edge. Just get it lined up right at the inside edge of the extrusion there. Bring this extrusion over slowly till it touches. And we'll lock that down. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 1, 2, 3 block and make sure I'm square front to back, that I'm not feeling or seeing any rocking. As I lock that down. I'll double, triple, quadruple check my measurements. Okay, so that's one side. Now we're going to do the same thing over on this side. It is worth taking your time right here to make sure that everything is lined up appropriately. To include flush with these edges, otherwise your panels and stuff won't fit in. And your bed will be skewed. Okay, now if everything's right, this should now be 85 millimeters in the middle. So I'm going to drop this out and zero it out again. .4. .6. That could also be a am I square or not issue. Yeah, 85.1. So we're good. We're nice and square there. What's up next? Flipping it over and putting a deck panel on. Okay. Which I had a feeling that was coming up next. Now, we have to be careful. We have no ends here, so if we flip this front to back, all of these are going to be coming out and flying around. So go side to side. Yeah, 4 on one side, 7 on, or 2, 5 on the other. So I think this is the front. We should probably put some tape there. Panels. Where did I put the panels? Sorry about that, folks. Our panel kit should include 1, 2, 3, a door, a top, and yes, the bottom panel. What does our deck panel look like? This looks like a door. All inside a nicely padded envelope. Sweet. There's our deck panel, back panel, 3 sides, top, 2 sides, a door, a top, a back panel, and an extra panel. Is that a lower deck panel? Or no, this is for the door that the correct, well, the door that you're wanting. Gotcha. Okay, deck panel. Corner 1, corner 2, corner 3, and corner 2. That was helpful. So, front and back, We're going to be putting this on the our slots are what's going to line up with the screws here, and we're going to have this hole towards the back and this hole towards the back. This is for the wires going to your bed, and this would be stuff coming from your gantry. Now, what I need to double check is try and figure out which one was the front, which one was the back again. And it's a matte panel too, so it's not a shiny acrylic one, it's a matte panel. Okay, I really should have identified if this is, how are we doing it? Okay, it's showing it like this. This should be corner one because this is the front. No, it shows it in this orientation. Darn it. All right, which is which? There's two in the back there, two here, four on the front, five on the back, or 4 and 5. The 5 is most likely the front of the printer. Let me. I do not have the full Micron CAD up yet, so let me pull that up. Yeah, the nice thing is they've got the CADs in a zip file, so it makes it easier to makes it easier to download and ship and stuff, but a little bit harder to actually open up files when needed. We got Here we go. Go full display here and check things out real fast. This is probably going to chunk for a tiny bit. That out of the way. And we got an ad break getting ready to start. It is going to take a bit. This is loading the entire CAD. I believe I can get rid of this file because I'm not going to need it. This is showing the Galileo 2, but it's Galileo 2Zs for a standard boron, not a micron. I did see that it does have the Galileo 2Z assemblies for the micron in the subassemblies section, so hey, there it is. Look at that. Now let's see if we can't hide a few things. All right. Anyhow, we're here at the frame. What I wanted to do is see, here's the bed assembly. Is there a way here of telling? I'm going to assume it's the deck panel. Hide that one. Okay, so front of frame, deck panel. Ay, ay, ay. Skirt assembly. Two. All right, looks like three in the back. So this should be the back. So one each for the Z and then three in the back because we'll have three holding in our outlet. So this should be the back of the printer. Front of the printer towards me. And that's what I was looking at. So back of the printer, front of the printer. This is going to go on in this manner. Okay. So what we're going to need to do is use our plate here to semi-line up our nuts. Okay, looks good. We're going to use M3x6 button head cap screws to hold these in. We'll get these started. Okay, so this is where we're at now. All right, so once again, we've got 4 T-nuts up here up front. This will be 2 to hold the display and then the other 2 to hold the side wings. And then we've got 5 in the back here, and there should be 1 on each side wing here. 3 for this center skirt that holds the power inlet, and 1 over there. I believe 2 down here, 2 down here, 3 somewhere in the middle for the skirts. 2 down this way, 2 there, 3 in the middle for skirts. And then once again, front, and then these 2 will be for our display. Okay. Now we need to get our DIN rails. Ooh, and you know what? I don't think I have printed the DIN rails yet. I do not think I've printed the DIN rail pieces. So let's see if Zura had those pre-printed, because like those did not change or should not have changed. Let's see if they're in here somewhere. Handles, bed mounts, zeros. Big clips. One, two, three. You actually have a lot of parts in here. The biggest issue I have is whether or not they're the latest and greatest version of the parts, and that's why I was reprinting, because I don't want to get like partway in there and then go, wait, this isn't going to fit with that. Come on, where's number 4 at? There it is. Number 4. And our DIN rails are right over here. From the looks of it, it doesn't matter which side goes in which direction. Very nicely printed parts, by the way. On the bed side out, upside, well, bed side facing, top side. Okay. We use M3x8 button head cap screws. And these should go into our nuts that we have mounted in here. Oh, darn it. And I believe if these are right, they're going to line up right over the top of these other button head cap screws. And we'll just snug these down. Hey Jay Palmer, how's it going? Those are upside down. Do they go the other way? No, they don't. Yeah, no, they're okay. They just looked upside down. Right now, I'm just getting these lined up. And once again, they're going to be right over the screws for the bed or for the bed mounts. And unfortunately, like these line up right. These are just a little bit off with the way this din rail was cut, but it'll be okay. We'll adjust if we need to. Now we need to work on our Z joints. So we're going to flip the printer back up. Now remember, we've got loose T-nuts and the um, Z-rail. So if we go front to back, they're going flying. There's nothing stopping them from flying. So we need to go side to side here because we have T-nuts here and T-nut on the outside. They're going everywhere if we're not careful. Now, we need to look at some things. There's two different types of Z joints. There's a standard Z joint, and then there is the spherical Z joint. And trying to see. I don't have the Z joints here. Let me run downstairs. I know they were printing. They may be on the printer downstairs. And I'm going to do a be right back because I think I'm going to take a bio break as well. So bear with me, folks. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to go down and check the printer downstairs to see if I've got the Z joints. I did print both types, both rigid and the spherical, because I wasn't sure if the spherical bearings were in the Fabreeko kit. I couldn't remember, and they are. So we're gonna use those ones. But bear with me. I'll be right back, and I'll put you guys on a be right back screen and mute the mic while I go check on those prints and take a quick pit stop. Okay, we are back. Thank you for that. So these would be the standard rigid mount trucks that it's showing in the diagram there. And these are the updated spherical mounts. That actually allows for a spherical bearing to be slipped into the back here. And we're going to use those because I did see the spherical bearings in the kit. Where? That's a different question. But I did see them. The IGUS KGLM bearings. These are nice spherical bearings. Four M2x6 socket head cap screws into each one. So what we're going to do is we're going to take one of these spherical bearings and it's going to be slid right in to that gap. And that will be our Z-mount. So we'll do that to each one. It's just a nice little push fit. And that's going to give us the little bit of movement on the Z-axis. So we need M2x6. We still have those out? Yes. M2x6 socket head cap screws. And these use a 1.5 millimeter driver. And we're going to align this on our Z-axis. We're going to get all four started, and then we'll come back and we'll square everything up and tighten everything down. All right, Pezliz. Thanks for being here and lurking. And enjoy your walk. I know she is walking for, what's the charity going on right now? The Oh, knockout cancer. I think is the name of it. I should know. I donated, but yes. Have a good stroll. Enjoy. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Stay hydrated. Stand up to cancer. There we go. That's the one. And Spidey, how goes Master Chief? Have you made any more progress? A few kilometers, there you go. I'm going to sit here and do this Micron build, and it's going to make me want to build another Micron for myself. This is a killer little printer. I'm going to pause right now. Another project took over. Okay. It happens, I know. Are we back? We're back. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that. Your headphones do not stop working. My transmitter ran out of battery. Nope, that was it. I was on, I don't want to say I was on mute, but the battery on my side was out. So thank you for saying something. I sometimes like lose track of the time, so I don't realize that I'm getting close to that point where my battery should be dying. So thank you for saying something. You didn't go deaf. It was just me. It's been a little while since we've done the long streams where we needed to uh, switch over to battery power. Okay, so DIN rails are back in. Drivers on the ground. DIN rails are back in. Bottom plate's back in. It's again our hole for the bed wiring is right here in the middle, and our Z-axis, or not, our gantry inlet's right there. So we're back to where we were. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Yeah. Okay. We got our 4 Z pieces in, our Z carriages or Z joints. Now it's going to tell us to build our Z drives. Now this is where we're not going to follow these instructions to build the Z drives because we're not using these Z drives. We're using the ones that the Galileo 2 ones. So let me, did we have documentation on that, or is it just going to be CAD assembly? I think it's just going to be CAD assembly. Let's open, because we haven't made this computer fall over just yet. Subassemblies. R1G2Z step file. Here is our R1 steps. And did it actually have us install these, or? Okay, so it has us build it, but it doesn't have us install it yet. Okay. I will take the frame, we'll move this to the side. And what I'm going to do is pull up the 4 Z drives that Zura had built previously. And I did not see any major differences except for these fronts here. Now, I don't know how the fronts go on here, so I may have to take this entire thing apart to just undo the fronts, but we'll see. I'm going to start disassembling these. Because quite honestly, the main Galileo bodies look the same. The difference is the skirt facade. And okay, that so this piece just came straight off. Okay, we've got 2 long captive screws there. And then our feetsy piece. But quite honestly, these look exactly like the parts that I just printed for these 2 pieces. So the only difference is that front facade piece. Oh, and maybe a bit more. So here's the front facade piece that he had before previously. This is the new front facade piece. Right? So the ones Zura had on there before, the new ones. So this is different. And also see, yeah. Yeah, so this is definitely different right there. So we're going to take these off. We will have to put a heat set in here on each of these. So we'll go ahead and do that now. And then we'll pop back over here and just do some swappage here. And that's not bad if all we're doing is replacing 4 heat set inserts and swapping 1 printed part. And the Z's are still good. There's a part of me that's going to want to just mount these up on the printer chassis as well. Okay, so this one. Interesting. So but what I'm doing is I'm kind of dry fitting this together so I can see how the pieces go on. And what I'm seeing is I was fearful of this hole right here because it looked like that went into something and it doesn't. And same thing here. It looks like there should be something going there and it doesn't. So I don't think I need to tear down the drives. I think I just need to get the screws in here and get the front face going. That's not right. That does change. One there, one there. So I think the foot plate, this piece here, has changed as well. That has had to have changed as well. Yeah, that whole foot piece has changed. And actually, I may not have printed those bottom feet pieces thinking that they were the same. So we're going to have to hold off on this. What I'm going to do is get my pieces back over here out of the way. We will reinstall this. and basically leave it alone for the time being. I'll make sure that I have all parts of the GT2 printed out so that I can install it. Or I'm sorry, not install it, but we can rebuild it. Oh, where'd you go? There you are. I was hoping it was going to be as easy as just swapping this plate out, but it's not. The way this mounts with these two screws going into this plate's different. I don't know if I need to necessarily change this plate or if it's just this plate as a whole and how it mounts. So I might get away with just having to swap this and this out, but we'll see. So we'll have to hold off on that. Let's set these aside for now. A and B's. So the A and B motors are currently being printed. Well, let's look and decipher this just a little bit more. So there's the standard input. There's that. If we take this foot out, yeah, this is just going directly into plastic. So that's fine. That's going to be a M3x8 through the base foot into the plastic. That is a completely separate piece. Yes. Yes, those are completely separate pieces that I haven't done yet. One there, one there. Two here, one back there for install. I mean, yeah, we should be able to get away with just replacing the foot and these front pieces. I don't think I need to swap these middle pieces out just to get rid of a part with two heat sets in it. Just doesn't make sense. So we will swap those out right now. I'll leave those there because, like I said, looking at them, I don't think anything else changes there. She's doing good, Eagle. She is doing good. Now, what is she doing right now? I have no clue. So we need one like that, which is this one. We'll pop both of these down in there. We'll mount that way. And quite honestly, I think we want to mount these on the printer now anyhow. Let me get the printer up here. We have the front, we have the back. I'm going to flip this over on its side or on its top. And I'm going to look at this. I'm going to mount this direction. We're going to have two of these to mount. Will all be flipped, ripped, and dipped. So these won't our screws won't line up because of the size of the one here. So we're going to have to undo a couple of things. Now this should be holding our rods in. We'll have to fix just 2.5. So I'm going to have to pull the blind joints. I'm going to have to pull this lower rod out to get the the screw thingies out, the nuts. And I'm going to have to pull at least one nut out of its holder. And actually, I think what I'm going to have to do is install one or two nuts. For the front, we have 1, 2, holding the front, plus a skirt piece. Yeah, I think what I actually need to do is add 2 nuts on each side for the Z's. And I'm sorry, folks, I know I'm kind of not being very talkative right now. I'm just really trying to line a couple of things up. And one of them's lining up and the other one's not. It's annoying. All right, damn you. Sometimes I hate life because it would probably be easier for me to move this in a certain direction. But if I did that, then I would drop all of the screws and nuts out of the Z-axis, or not the Z-axis, but the build. What is going on here? All right, I don't know. It's starting to really, really annoy me. So, but what I'm trying to do is get both screws in for this Z mount. Helps if I do something like this, huh? Trying to get both Z screws in. It's not long enough. Like, I'm half wondering if it's just not that it's a distance thing. That's what it was. It was just a distance thing. Now, by installing that, what that would allow me to do is take the motor, the right correct motor, and this will slide in, and I'll be able to put the um slide in like that. Now I need to do one on the inside underneath here and one over here. And based on that, I'm going to wonder if I have too many bolts in one place and not enough in another or something like that. That one's now lined up. This will be M3 by something. M3 by 8 button head. Great. I think I've got some of those right here. Huh, cool. Well, I am going to be rebuilding this particular one because I just broke it. Because it's got the grooves in it, and this particular one with its grooves is going to cause problems. So, crud. I'm going to have to rebuild this piece because I just broke that. And I think I'm going to have to do a little bit more work as well. Okay. I think I'm going to call the stream for now. Hey, Pete, how's it going? We're going to call the stream for now. And part of what I'm going to do is try and pull some of these out and replace them with just bare sorry, I'm going to replace these with bare M3 nuts because some of these are going to impact with the printed parts that have the little alignment ridges in them. Whoop, darn it. Sorry. Printed parts that have alignment ridges like this, it's going to impact with these nuts. And so I'm going to have to take these out, which means I'm going to have to take part of the frame apart and redo part of the frame, which is going to suck. And that's why I'm going to do it off stream. But yeah, that I think is where we're going to stop for now. We've gone about 5 hours. I will swap the things out here on the frame and make sure that we've got the right number of standard, just straight nuts in the bottom here for this stuff. And if needed or as needed, we can come back in and do something else. But I think that will get us where we're going to go, and I will prep everything for the Z drives. So when we come back on Tuesday, we can at least rebuild the one that I broke, and the others we should be good to go, because I don't think anything structural has changed other than getting rid of those two heat set inserts, which isn't going to change anything. Dimensionally, everything else looks to be exactly the same. So that's where we're at. I'm going to take a break and grab something to eat and chillax for a little bit. And then I will come back, and like I said, I will work on replacing all of the nuts down here on the lower frame with standard, just plain M3 nuts. I should be able to do that just for taking the four corners off, lifting it off, and then carefully flipping it over and replacing all of them. But let me see who we can raid over into. Stephen Poole streaming. Jerry 3DHP's up with the Jerry Show. File Mods, Arc Fox. I think we're going to go over to Jerry. Yeah, let's get ready to go over to Jerry. Thank you everybody for being here. Like I said, I'm going to continue to do prints and make sure that I have everything reprinted that I'm going to need. And Zura, if you're listening to this or watching this later, the reason I'm reprinting is because just like on those Galileo Z2s, there's minor differences. And those minor differences will compound down the road if we don't swap things out now. And looking at what you've printed may or may not be the same. So I will do my best to just reprint what needs to be printed and not everything, to try and save the filament for you. But thank you everybody for being here. I'm going to get that raid started over to Jerry. Thank you for spending your Saturday morning with me. And we will come back and hit this again Tuesday. Yeah, I appreciate everybody being here and all the love and support that you show. Thank you again, Zura, aka Blue Chocobro, for gifting the 10 community subs today. Thank you, Bearded Printer, for rating in with a party of 29 viewers. I hope many of you stuck around and are enjoying this journey with us. Everybody, take care, have a great day, and I will see you later. Bye now. And if you are watching this later over on YouTube, thank you so much. If you like the content, please be sure to like this video, subscribe, and click that bell for future notifications of videos when they come out. And YouTube's going to be suggesting a new video for you right here. Thank you very much.